Okay, members of council, if I can please have you take your seats. This meeting is now resumed. Before the lunch recess, council did not finish its closed session. Consideration of item CC 45.1. May I have a motion to meet in closed session? Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that Council recess its public session to meet as Committee of the Whole in closed session to consider CC 45.1, legal options to challenge Bill 5, the ill-named Better Local Government Act 2018, reason for confidential information, litigation or potential litigation that affects the city, and advice or communications that are subject to solicitor-client privilege.
Okay, on favor? Carried. Okay, if I can ask the members of the public to please vacate the council chambers. Okay, members of council, this meeting is now resumed. City Council has completed its closed session consideration of item CC 45.1, headed legal options to challenge Bill 5, the Better Local Government Act 2018. No motions were made in closed session. We will now proceed to the public debate on the matter. Questions? Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much. To the city solicitor, prior to going in camera, there was considerable questioning of the city clerk about whether she could deliver an election. If the city were to go to court and ask the judge to impose an order basically overturning Bill 5, would part of what we sought there be to have part of the order designed to make sure that the clerk was able to deliver an election?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we would work with the clerk to ensure that the relief sought was designed to assist the clerk in any way that was feasible, and that could include confirming certain actions that the clerk had taken, and also limiting any declaration of invalidity to certain sections of the bill.
Thank you very much. Oh, I had another one. What was it? Yes, I know. Thank you very much, Councillor. I appreciate that. Additionally, pardon me? We're all getting, well, it's been a long debate. Additionally, we considered the issue, oh, damn it. I'm sorry, it's gone. I can't. I'll get someone else to ask.
Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to follow along the line of questioning from Councillor Perks about what the next steps would be if the city was to see a change in the courts and a change in the validity of Bill 5. How would the city cope with a change once again that we just finished going through and we have now reopened underneath the 25 ward model? How would we manage going forth?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I believe that's a question for the clerk, and I'm going to get the clerk.
Madam Speaker, could I ask that you just hold my time for a moment? We just have to get the clerk here to answer.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I guess I have to redo my question.
Yes.
Would you mind restarting me, please?
Yes. Okay, there's question to the clerk. Councillor Holliday?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to follow on Councillor Perks' questions about what would happen if the courts were to make a change in the validity of Bill 5. How would the city manage? What is the clerk's appraisal of the process going forward in consideration that we just finished changing to a 25-ward model, which is now active today, with a complete process to revalidate the candidates and so on?
Madam Speaker, at that point, I would have to assess our situation and just how close we were. And we'd have, obviously, consultations with the city solicitor. We may have to make requests of the province. We may have to get further court orders. I'm not sure, and I can't really assess that until I have the situation that I'm faced with in front of me.
With the resources that you have and that we've given you, how confident are you that you could deliver under a significant change to Bill 5, to deliver an election that wouldn't be contested?
It's not a question of resources. I know that the city manager would provide whatever resources I need, but that's not the issue. The issue is that I have principles that I need to apply that give me the standards which I must meet, and I am extremely concerned about some of those standards in particular because there is not enough time to do what is necessary and do it right. And elections are about doing a million things right.
Would it be fair to say that public confidence in our government relies on an election that goes off correctly without a contest to it?
That is very much the case.
So we are currently in a process where we went from 47 wards to 25, and you are now undergoing a process that those 25 wards now need to revalidate all of their candidates, which takes some time. I don't know, is it a couple of weeks? What would happen if you now needed to reestablish the candidates if the courts made a ruling, let's say as early as the beginning of September, because I think the date here is August for an outside court action on this? What would happen? Would you have a final list of candidates at the end of September, and how could you have an election 3 weeks later?
It depends on what the courts would do, but we assume that they would say that the list that existed, the 544 candidates that had registered and were certified by July the 27th are the list of candidates in a 47-ward election.
Does the court have the power to change the election date?
Highly unlikely.
Highly unlikely. Are there any other significant concerns other than just reestablishing the candidates? If you had, really just over a month to prepare for another change from 25 to 47, and that's assuming that a court decided very, very rapidly on this.
Yes, we have to move both backwards to redo some of our geography and, get our voters list reconciled with the 47 wards again and make sure we still had or have to go out and seek again space in which to establish our voting stations. We would have to reassign yet again our 15 to 18,000 workers to their correct voting stations. The list is endless, and most importantly, we would have to ensure that our systems were all aligned and recoded and retested from a vulnerability and a threat risk perspective, and do end-to-end testing over again. It's not a simple process.
And would it be fair to say that, and I may have answered this in questions, that through help from the province, through incredible work and overtime, you have just been able to make the change to 25 to meet this date to, I think, what you could characterize as confidence in delivering an election on October 22nd under the current ward model. We would be talking about an entirely new process once again if there was a change to 47, considering that you just managed to get to this now.
An entirely new process are not the words that I would use, because we have the work that was done and saved until the 14th of August. But there is as I said, because the wards are the foundational piece to running an election, we would have to really go back and redo some of those pieces and then try to move forward at the same time with a series of processes that are completely interdependent and need to be done in a particular order.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Through you, Speaker, I thought we were going to arrive at some clarity today. I'm now extremely confused in that I've heard the clerk to the questions that Councillor Holyday has asked around the numbers and the process and so on. My question is, there are a number of legal challenges that are in front of the courts as we stand at this moment. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the City of Toronto is participating as party to those challenges at the moment? Or is it the direction that you're seeking from us here today in order to be parties to that process?
I'm going to suggest that one of the litigators respond to that question.
Sure.
Through you, Madam Speaker, we are named as a respondent in proceedings. However, we are awaiting Council's decision in terms of what position will be taken.
So just help me to understand, you being named as a respondent, how do you get to be named as a respondent without Council's authority?
So
Whose
the
decision is that?
It's the decision of the applicant,
Okay.
so the person who commenced the proceeding decides.
Yep. I wanted to understand, given the challenges and the complications that both I've heard in camera, what I'm hearing now, is it possible going forward that the province can appoint a supervisor? And in fact, or is it possible that the terms of the members of council now could be extended in order to deal with the legal challenges and or the complications associated with that? What would be the opportunity? What is the possibility of that?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I suppose in theory those are things the province could do because the
I'm
province...
sorry, I can't hear you.
The province
There-
does have extraordinary legislative authority over municipalities, yes.
I'm
Those are the
sorry?
through you, Madam Speaker, those are in theory things that the province could do because the province has legislative authority over municipalities.
Right, so in a case where a judge is making a decision and so on, and the matter is being adjudicated in front of a judge, pending the decision that's made, could the province then alter its position and then say, we want to appoint a supervisor to manage the affairs of the City of Toronto?
In theory, yes, but I'm not prepared to comment beyond that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah?
Councillor Matlow?
To follow up in the public forum on what I was asking earlier, if indeed we were successful, if we were to challenge the Bill 5 in court, and the clerk was instructed to implement a ward structure of 47. I know it's difficult, I know it's challenging, but would the clerk have to do it?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the city clerk is required to comply with the Municipal Elections Act at any given time. So yes, up until the 14th of August, the clerk was required to administer the election on the basis of a 47-ward model. She is now required to administer it on the basis of a 25-ward model, and should it be declared invalid, we would revert back to the 47-ward model. But the clerk's discretion is governed by the Municipal Elections Act.
I understand, but to be clear, if I've heard you correctly, if we're successful in overturning Bill 5 and moving forward with the 47-ward model, then the clerk would have to figure it out. We'd have to provide her and her team with the adequate resources, but we would have to figure out how to move forward. And if we did that, would there ever be a scenario where we might have to ask for a postponement of the October 22nd election date to enable that to happen effectively?
Yes, that is a distinct possibility.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly?
Thank you, Speaker. To the solicitor, if this question's been asked and answered before, I apologize. If this council did not recommend proceeding with an action in the courts against Bill 5, but the other suits go ahead, and if they are successful, then they would put the clerk in the same position as if we had gone ahead successfully ourselves. Is that a reasonable assumption?
I'm going to suggest that one of the litigators respond to that question.
Through you, Madam Speaker, it is likely that if the proceeding that is already in place or others that might be begun reach the same result, that you would be faced with that same
So a
problem.
decision by the court, no matter who the applicant is, would apply to our situation.
If the ultimate result is the same as what what would happen if we were to do it, yes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Hart?
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to follow up on Councillor Matlow's question. If the clerk gets to the situation where we've gone forward and we have won and we're back to 47 councillors, and when you're at that stage, you determine you cannot deliver the election on October 22nd, is it not the clerk's responsibility to go forward and do whatever is necessary with the province, with whatever support that she needs, either with internal counsel or external counsel? Would it be the clerk's responsibility to identify whether or not she can do that and what resources she needs to do it? But it's ultimately her responsibility. Is that correct?
Yes, it's difficult to hear, sorry. Yes, it is my responsibility, and I would be working with the province to see what the solution might be.
And you would make that determination and no one else, correct?
That's correct. I might consult legal advice, but yes, it would be my decision.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, I just want to go back over some of the dates because Councillor Shan had asked a question earlier in our earlier session that had to do with an email that went out to, I forget how many candidates. I think you said 544 registered candidates in the election.
That's correct, 35 of which are mayor, so there are 509 candidates that are impacted by this.
Okay, so 509 candidates who were signed up between May 1st and July 27th.
For councillor and
For
trustee.
counselor and trustee. Thank you for clarification, clerk. And on January the 30th, which was after council had met, that was on the Monday, candidates got a letter that said, on July 27th, the province of Ontario announced its intention to pass legislation that would reduce the number of Toronto City Council seats from 47 to 25. The proposed 25-ward structure is intended to align with provincial and federal riding boundaries, etc. The city clerk will continue to administer the election in accordance with the current provincial legislation, and that legislation was the legislation for the 47 seats, the one that we'd passed ourselves. Is that right? So, and just doing another date, so that was the end of July, Monday the 13th. And then did I hear you respond to someone and say that you had been working on that model of the 47 up to August the 14th, the day before the bill was made legal?
Through the Speaker, we were obligated under law to continue to administer the election under the Municipal Election Act and 47 wards until Bill 5 received royal assent.
And that was the August the
14th, I believe.
August 14th. So we've been 6 days now with a royal assent bill and with a, so obviously you were preparing some of that 25 seats based on the bill at the same time as you were continuing with the 509 candidates and the 47 election. Would I be right to put it like that?
That is correct. We're developing contingency planning to implement a 25-ward structure in the event the bill received royal assent while we continue to administer under a 47-ward model.
And you were to get the MPAC list for the 47 ward, I believe it was the end of July. Did they get those to you?
So the MPAC did provide us with the preliminary list of electors on July 31st based on a 47
Oh, July 31st, based on the 47, preliminary list of electors, which would be based on who's an owner, who's a tenant. Does it have the information about which school board? Who they're, if they're supporting the Catholic board?
Yes, that's correct.
All of that. So all of that fulsome information is there. And the preliminary list of electors would be something, sorry, Speaker, trying to ask questions and
Councillor Cressy?
the boys are at it, thank you. That by we were to get the voters list on what day for the 47 election? The 1st of September? Was that not the date that was to be available?
Through the Speaker, the statutory date for elections to provide the electoral list to candidates was September 1st, which is a Friday, and I believe it would have been September 4th, bringing it over through the weekend.
So you would have that, you would have been working on that, and then we would have had that voters list for that 47 wards, based on polls, based on everything? Poll breakdown?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor DiCiano?
Yep, thank you, Madam Speaker. To the city clerk, through you, are you confident that at this point, now that Bill 5 is enacted, that you can run an election for 25 wards successfully?
Yes, we received, as I explained earlier, extraordinary support from both this organization and the staff and the province, Elections Ontario, and our vendors and partners.
Great. Now, should a court date change the rules again and make Bill 5 obsolete, are you confident at that point that you can run an election of 47 wards?
No.
And you don't have confidence. Can you give me a little bit of a scenario? What could happen if we mishandle a 47 ward election?
My concern with the ever increasingly compressed timelines is that an error will be made. We are only human. And those errors could give rise to a controverted election application under Section 83 of the Municipal Elections Act.
So, in order to give certainty, because I know a lot of my colleagues in this room have been arguing about certainty, in order to give certainty to the entire electorate moving forward and ensuring that the next election is legitimate, you're suggesting that the safest way to do so is moving forward with 25 seats.
I'm not suggesting a number of wards, Councillor. I am simply saying at some point, like right now, and preferably even before now, we knew what our fundamental electoral geography was in order to carry on with the preparations for an election that met all of the integrity requirements.
Right. And just one last question. If somehow, just because you were given an impossible timeline to go back to 47 wards and a controverted election application were filed, what does that look like? And how does a council govern on infrastructure issues like mass transit when there's a controverted election application? And is it a legitimate government at that point?
Well, I think the government is legitimate until something else happens, like a court declaration. But I mean, council went through this, and one of our councillors went through this just not that long ago with an application in Ward 9.
Right. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor DeGiorgio?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So my question is, I guess, of the solicitor. So Bill 5 is an amendment under the code of the City of Toronto Act, correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Bill 5 amends both the City of Toronto Act and the Municipal Elections Act.
Okay. Is there any provision in the City of Toronto Act that basically says that if there is a conflict between a proposed amendment under the City of Toronto Act and perhaps any other act, that the amendment under the City of Toronto Act would not prevail or would be invalid?
There are some provisions like that. There are provisions in Bill 5, though, that are effectively trumping provisions as well.
So which provisions trump which? I'm a little bit confused. Are the provisions in
I
Bill
couldn't
5?
answer that in the
Are there
abstract.
provisions in Bill 5 such that they trump pretty well anything?
It is drafted that way, yes.
It's drafted that way, okay. So given that it's drafted that way, is not another element of the City of Toronto Act basically speak to the cooperation or collaboration that has to then take place between the city and the province to ensure that the implementation of Bill 5 is as smooth as possible?
There is language in the City of Toronto Act about cooperation and consultation between the provincial government and the municipal government, yes.
As it relates to the implementation of the legislation, I'm specifically
It's
asking.
not specific to that, but it would encompass any legislative change affecting the city, although it does speak to prior consultation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis?
Yes, to the clerk. I think that I heard that you had been continuing on with preparation for a 47 ward election up until the 14th. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In fact, the election was well underway. Is it not the case that you were virtually ready for 47 ward?
No, absolutely not. There were months' worth of work that still needed to be done, as is always the case.
So you then established in both your report and in answers to your questions that you began a contingency preparation process for a 25 ward. So
Yes.
you were doing both at the same time.
No, we weren't doing both at the same time. We were at different stages in all of the, in the various models, and we were to a point where we were. Now we had to go back. The only reason we could get to where we were ready with ward maps and such is because we were able to get the 25 ward technical data from the province.
So now I'm very confused. I keep hearing about when you started preparation for the 25 ward model and when you stopped preparation of the 47 ward model, and then you said you weren't doing them both at the same time.
Councillor, obviously, when we got word from the ministry that this legislation was moving forward, we had to start making contingency plans.
And
I
when was
believe that answer has already been given, because one of the provisions required that we be ready at 8:30 this morning
Okay.
to continue to receive nominations.
And then on July 27th, you decided at that point that you would then, or was it, when did you decide you were shifting completely to a 25 ward model? On the 14th or the 27th?
On August the 14th.
So between August 14th and August 20th, these 6 days have convinced you then that you're prepared for the 25 ward election?
Councillor, obviously, we have had discussions, and I've answered this before, with the province, as we were required to do. And you'll look at some of the regulations and see some of the earlier dates in which the school boards had to receive certain information from MPAC. That required us to start thinking about 25 wards.
So you said one of the reasons you have confidence is because there was extraordinary cooperation with MPAC, the province, vendors, and the city divisions. Do you have any reason to believe that you would not get extraordinary cooperation from MPAC, the province, vendors, the city divisions, if a court decided that we ought to have a 47 ward election?
They would have really very little to provide us at that point, and I think in terms of the vendors, we would have to start a process of negotiation to see whether they were capable of assisting or not with shrunken timeframes.
And why would you not have a contingency plan in the event that the city would win this court challenge? That would start today.
Councillor, we are in the process of working on that. The timeframes
That's
here
what I want
have
to
been so
understand.
fast that it is impossible to do hundreds of things, thousands of things at the same time.
So I think I just heard you say that you would be proceeding with the 47 model to have a contingency plan if we decided that today. Did I just hear that?
We will have a contingency plan, obviously, Councillor, but I have no confidence that we can meet the requirements that we are required to meet in the time frame that we have. I cannot recode systems while I am operating them in another ward configuration. That's not possible. And then there are tests that need to be done to ensure the security of the system. It's not that simple.
Thank you. Councillor Shiner.
So my questions are of the clerk. Yuli? Yuli, my questions are of you. I know that you've said it once, and you might have said it twice, but it somehow seems as if some people still aren't hearing you. You went down the road, you were ready for 47, you were set, you were in place, you were going ahead, and then things changed. So you said the province gave you unprecedented help. Again, can you go through the list of things that you have to change to be able to go forward so people understand the difficulty is, and the fact that it's not just, if I'm correct, it's not just pressing a button and having two sets of input. It's and I can see from the frustration you're having with our questions, how difficult it is. Can you try and tell us how difficult it is, and when you have the work and the assistance you got from the province to change over, what work you'd have to do to go back, if at all possible, to a 47 model and still have something that you felt would work? Because there seems to be this thought that we put a contingency plan in place and you just pick. I'll pick 25, I'll pick 47, and whatever it is, we'll go forward with it.
Through the speaker, so because we have some work already completed on a 47 ward model, when Bill 5 was introduced and we started contingency planning for 25, we ensured that all of our systems and the geography based on 47 was secured. So we have those secured. If we have a court order that suggests Bill 5 is struck down, the work we would have to redo is we would have to do some work related to the geography. We would have to remap our voting places. Some of the voting places that we already had identified and permitted under a 47 ward model, we had to change for a 25 ward model, and some of those locations have now been lost. So we would need to re-permit some voting locations. We would need to do manual data entry on our staffing model and our staffing system to accommodate reassigning about 15 to 18,000 election day staff to a different voting location and poll. We would have to repack all of our bags, which are thousands, redo all of our distribution for our warehouse. And the biggest issues from Yuli and I's perspective, the clerk and I, is the ballot production is a very involved process. So we have over 2 million ballots that we produce with an external vendor. We are incredibly careful with our ballot production. We build a lot of quality assurance and accuracy tests into it to ensure the validity of the results. So that activity becomes very compressed if we need to go back to a 47-ward model. The last piece is that we rely very heavily on information technology at elections. We have a data hub and a results chain and many applications that we use to automate manual business practices. All of those systems would need to be rejigged back to a 47 and retested and an end-to-end test conducted. So again, in a 6-week scenario, that becomes incredibly tight and worrisome that with all of those details, we would miss something and that we wouldn't be able to assure the integrity of that process.
And just to add to that point, I think the other important aspect is to provide notice with some certainty to the electorate as to where they might be able to vote.
Which means, sorry, if you could extrapolate on that a little bit.
Through the speaker, one of the applications that we've developed that we launched just before Bill 5 was introduced is called My Vote, and it's available on our website. And it allows an elector in Toronto to put their address in, and it will tell them what ward they're in, and eventually it will tell them what voting location once we've confirmed all of our poll information. So if we revert back to a 47, we had to recode My Vote on a 25-ward model basis. We would have to recode it back to a 47 in order that people understood they could put their name through, understand what ward they're in under this scenario, what voting poll, and where they would be able to cast their vote.
Thank you. Mayor Tory.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have 3 questions, I think all of which will be properly directed to the city solicitor. One of the issues in any case would be the fact that there are no clear lines which define where a bill like Bill 5 crosses over into interference with constitutional democratic principles. Notwithstanding the apparent clarity of the constitutional authority of the province to legislate in respect of the City of Toronto, might a court take an interest in making those lines clearer? As we see common law evolve, like the line between the province's ability to legislate in respect of, say, something to do with the city and democratic principles, might a court take an interest
Certainly
in that?
the law is always evolving, Madam Speaker, and it is possible that a court would find these issues very interesting.
Could it also be the case that regardless of the outcome of the case, if one were to be launched in this area of the line between a bill like Bill 5 and constitutional democratic principles, that the reasons given in the case ultimately might be of some use in terms of defining that line for future instances of the exercise of provincial jurisdiction in regard to the City of Toronto or cities? Is it a possibility those reasons could be useful to us and to even other cities going forward as a means of trying to define those lines in a clearer fashion?
Absolutely.
Okay. A lot of the analysis, both the private analysis and the public analysis, has focused on the Constitution and the law as it is, the state of the law, both the actual wording of the Constitution and statutes and also the common law. Is it the case that an application such as this that the Council could launch, or other actions that have already been launched, could in fact create new law that, under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms or under various of these constitutional democratic principles that could apply itself to a very unique set of circumstances here, where you have a government that has introduced a fundamental change to the way in which we elect people without any consultation whatsoever in the middle of an election campaign? So is it possible that a court action, even though the constitutional law itself looks clearish, could actually chart new law because you have a unique set of circumstances here that could cause the court to say, well, in this particular unusual set of circumstances, something different might be the case?
There's certainly some novel legal arguments that could be made, and while grounded in existing law, they would be novel, and the law is always evolving.
And then finally, can you comment on the intention of the law, which we've had mentioned to us a number of times today by yourself and others, that leaves very wide discretion and authority to the clerk with respect to the conduct of elections, and whether that is meant to insulate her from sort of directions, requests, or influence from anybody, council, mayors, politicians, city staff, or others. Could you just comment on what the intention was as you read those provisions?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the clerk is a statutory official with authority delegated to her through the Municipal Elections Act. That is authority delegated from the province. The clerk has responsibility for administration of the election in accordance with the principles of the Municipal Elections Act and is granted broad discretion to exercise unfettered during the conduct of an election.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow to speak.
Excuse me, Madam Speaker, I have two motions. One is the motion to commence an application to challenge the legality of Bill 5, the Better Local Government Act, which is a misnomer in my opinion, 2018. The other motion is that we ask the clerk to do what she has said that she is doing, to have a contingency plan. It's only responsible to make sure that the 47 ward model is in place if we do indeed win our challenge in the courts. Today is the day that we take a stand. We have to take a stand against a premier who is acting like a tin pot dictator. This premier has decided to disrupt our election in the midst of it, to recklessly and irresponsibly interrupt the lives of hundreds of candidates, citizens who have put themselves out there, stopped their careers, took donations in good faith by voters, printed literature, and went out there to serve their communities. Well, that's all disappeared if Bill 5 is successful. Those voters, they contributed in good faith to their candidates. They supported their candidates in good faith. And they were hoping that they would have access to local representation in a way that only a smaller ward size can provide. Every one of us has a story like a friend of mine, I'm not going to mention his name, but he is a senior who calls me every single month since I've been elected. He's always about $300 away from being evicted from his apartment. And recently he was found to have a case of horrible bed bugs in his home. They were going to evict him because of that. I needed to call him, encourage him to work this out, work with other support groups to figure out what to do, and we found a solution. I think most of us have a story like that, hundreds of stories like that. And why was I able to do that? Well, I'll tell you what, the volume of correspondence that I receive is enormously high. Virtually every evening I'm out at community meetings or events. Every weekend I'm working early morning, late at night like most of you. But still, within the range of 60 to 70,000 residents in my ward, I still make a point of making those phone calls to be able to contribute to people's lives, sometimes to even save lives. That's what most of you do every day. To be within the fabric of your community, to get involved in your community in a way that you don't just serve the city as we do every day here, to serve on committees, dozens and dozens of committees, but to be involved in the community, the life of the community, to get involved in the life of the street, to go to people's homes, to support their lives individually and as families and as neighbors. That's what we do. And there was a process that was undertaken that was fair, that stood up in the courts and at the OMB. And what our process showed was that whether you like 47 wards or less or more, it provided voter parity and access to quality local representation. Of course, the caveat is who you elect. That's a different story. But what Doug Ford did was an affront to democracy. Yes, he has the power to do what he did, unless the courts decide otherwise. But just because you have the power to do something awful, you don't necessarily do it. When Doug Ford was here for 4 years, he did virtually nothing but stand up and rant and rave and bash at people. I don't remember a single thing that he did that actually contributed to the well-being of people's lives. And now what he's doing as premier is he's recklessly interrupting the election, ripping it apart, and actually putting us in a position now where we're going to be having to run against friends, not just people who currently serve, but people out there in the community. Then you know what? There are even going to be people, I think, people who represent diversity, people who have never had their voice heard here, who thought they might have had a chance, who are now going to be shut out. This is an affront to democracy. So today we take a stand. Today we show leadership and we fight back. We fight back at the courts. We take this to the Supreme Court if necessary. Yes, the clerk is going to be stressed. She is going to be challenged and her team will too. But we need to provide her the resources to be able to do it successfully. We cannot sacrifice the future of our local democracy and the ability to serve residents well for the expediency of the moment. There will be challenges in front of us. We will face them.
Thank you, Councillor Matlow.
I encourage you to support our motions. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to questions, I just, Councillor Matlow, on your motion B, I'm ruling out of order. Because I did indicate this morning when we started that giving instructions to the city clerk on the election are not in order as the clerk administers the election in accordance with the Municipal Elections Act without the involvement of city council. So I'm reading that.
Madam Speaker, with all due respect, I'm going to challenge your ruling.
Okay, there's a challenge to the chair. Can we ring the bells? He's giving instructions to the clerk, which I indicated this morning is out of order. I said that this morning when we started the council. Councillor Thompson, point of order?
I'm just wondering, how is it possible for Councillor Matlow to challenge you when the clerk has stated that she's actually doing her duties with respect to the legislation that she has to follow and act? How is it possible that you can actually put that forward?
Councillor Matlow was told before the motion was drafted up, but he wanted to put it forward. So, recorded vote on upholding the chair's ruling.
Councillor Ainsley, thank you. Councillor Mihevik. Councillor Cole, thank you.
Councillor Pertsa, please.
I made the ruling this morning.
The chair is upheld. The vote is 25 to 10.
Thank you. Now, Councillor DiCiano, if you have questions on the other motion?
No, Madam Speaker, it was just to
Okay.
question that second motion.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a motions, actually, if I can ask the clerks to put those up. And that is, of course, to A, take no action, and B, to take no position in the proceeding, and to be a friend of the court. If I may have the other motion, please. And the other motion is, of course, to release the contents of the confidential report. I just wanted to talk a little bit about what is not before us today. What's not before us today is an argument about the merits of some provincial legislation that has passed. We actually had that debate in the last council meeting, and I think everyone in this room understands where we stack up with our chips on how we feel about that provincial legislation. Some of us support it, some of us do not. What is before us today is a decision on jumping on board onto a court case on this. And the clerks have given us a lot of advice today. Some of it was in camera, which I can't share with the public, but members of council know what that is. And some of it was in public. And the resounding theme was that I believe the clerks were very pessimistic in being able to deliver an election if there was another change. So what I'm struggling with is the logic that's before this council to go and try to intercept and once again change an electoral process that we're basically 2 months before an election. And the caution is maybe that election can't be delivered. Maybe we are going to cause harm to public confidence, and maybe that election could be challenged. So my suggestion to members of council is to put aside what your beliefs are in what your personal beliefs your representative beliefs are in what the province's position is with this legislation, and understand what is the practical issue that's before us. We have an opportunity to go in there and take a position of counsel and perhaps influence the outcome of a court decision, which, by the way, a judge will decide the fate of the 47 wards, not an elected government, not this elected government. The balance will fall into one person, and perhaps that will disrupt the election on October 22nd. And I think that's irresponsible. The words that the clerks used is that it would represent a fundamental change in electoral geography. My suggestion with my motion is to not take further action, because what I am doing is pleading with council is to understand what really is before us today, not the subject of the legislation, but actually think about the outcome of sending our solicitor forward with instructions on what to do in court. And it's the outcome that's the important piece. And the outcome could be an election that's contested, could be an election that simply cannot happen. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have some questions for you. Clarification of the motion, 3 minutes. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you to the councillor, I'm not going to ask you questions on your first motion. You're simply wrong about that. But on your second motion, the clerk has frequently advised us that when she provides us with legal advice, the legal advice is designed to lay out all the risks so that we go in with our eyes open. And one thing that I've certainly learned in my 12 years here is that that doesn't necessarily mean an assessment of likelihood of victory, but rather a laying out of all the risks so that we go in and don't get surprised. Based on that, what conceivable purpose does it have to release that information into the public?
Well, when in our discussion, the solicitor was very clear to say that it's council's decision on that matter. My read of the advice, and I made the comments earlier, is that I felt it was very high level and factual. And I really don't have a problem or have a concern with that information being made known to the public.
So, but I think you've skipped past the essential issue. Just as if I were to go to talk to a lawyer about whether I should personally proceed with some action, my lawyer would tell me, well, if you do this, you could be hit with damages, this, that, and the other. You could be hit with costs, whatever it was. It would be their professional obligation to list every conceivable downside. And that advice is to me so that I can make a judgment about whether or not to go. But if I show up in court that day with all the conceivable downsides, that actually hurts my case. That's the way the city solicitor has explained it to us on I don't know how many occasions. So given that, what is the purpose of releasing the advice?
Again, it is the decision of council and what council feels what is best in the public interest. I believe that the public would be well served to understand the information that the solicitor provided to this council in helping us reach our decision.
Thank you. Your answer has failed to move me.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, I didn't understand what Councillor Perks just said. He muttered something.
I didn't mutter. I quite clearly said your answer has failed to move me.
Thank you.
Councillor Davis, clarification of the motion, 3 minutes.
Thank you. So your motion, in effect, asks this council to overturn or reverse its position of last month, which was to oppose the 25-ward model.
Madam Speaker, I don't know if Councillor Davis was listening to what I just said.
Indeed, I was.
I actually said they were two quite different things. This council took a position at this last council meeting with respect to how it felt about the legislation. This is about instructions to our solicitor. Two entirely different matters and two entirely different lenses with respect to judging as to what is the right thing to do. And I would further submit through you, Speaker, that even if a member of council did not agree with what the legislation is, it is the legislation that is the law in the province. And there may be merit in not going and trying to overturn that legislation weeks before an election. The two are mutually exclusive concepts. And the latter one is the most important and is what is before this
So-
council right now in trying to figure out what is the best thing for this city forward. And I will submit through you,
so,
Madam Speaker, that
Councillor-
overturning an
Councillor Davis,
election or
please allow-
disrupting an election weeks before it is not in the best interest of the city.
Okay, Councillor Davis?
The position of council was to oppose a 25-ward model, and I'm struggling to understand what other means there would be to oppose it other than to take it to court. So I'm wondering why, if council's position was to oppose it, why we would simply roll over and do nothing.
I'm flabbergasted that Councillor Davis doesn't appear to be listening to what I have just said, that the two are completely different
I'm
concepts.
listening quite carefully.
And whether or not
I'm
Councillor
trying to
Davis agrees
understand
with what
how
I
we
have
would
to say,
oppose.
Councillor
I'm saying
Davis?
it's illogical and absurd that we would go and try to fight something and disrupt an election weeks before the election and put that election in jeopardy, regardless of how we feel with the overall policy of the law. That's the danger here, and that's the concern that I've got.
And on motion number 2, I wonder why it is not also absurd to reveal the legal strategy of our corporation. Why would we do that?
Well, Madam Speaker, my read of the information is that it is highly factual and informative, and I don't believe that it would be a significant impact to a strategy. I believe it is mostly in the public interest to have that put forward.
Okay, Councillor Davis, that was your last. Okay.
Oh, why was that my last question? It wasn't.
Well, he answered the question.
It was 2:50.
Yeah. Okay,
Speaker, I
Councillor
think you
Davis,
should.
what is it you want clarification on?
My question had to do with,
It's clarification, that's what you're asking.
you know, Speaker, it's
Yeah.
fine if you want to interfere with my questions. I'll just sit down, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mamalidi to speak.
Madam Speaker, I don't have any motions at this particular time. I would have wanted to defer to another time because I think it would have been in order, but the clerk's advised me that it's not. But I do have some cheese to go with all the whining that seems to be going on down here. And I'll leave it here for anybody that wishes to have a piece. The whining that seems to be going down here seems to be only for one reason, and one reason only. It seems to be from those that had no issues whatsoever to lay off 800 police officers and wonder where their families might go. Way to go, Joe. Take another piece. Take another piece, Joe. I'll pass it along.
Okay, Councillor Mamalidi, can you please stay on topic?
Where's the wine?
The whiners are all here. We don't need the wine because it's here. The cheese will go with the whiners. And so, for me, it's clear that there's a bit of hypocrisy that's going on here. We had no issues with getting rid of 800 officers on the streets, and those families needed to worry about where their income was going to come from. We had no issues getting rid of industry when we don't like what they're manufacturing. We stand up here regularly and get rid of all those jobs. But it seems to me that when it comes to the political jobs and when it comes to the provincial government suggesting for a second that they do exactly what the public and the electorate want them to do, and that's to cut council relatively in half, we all have a problem losing our job. And we have spent tax dollars after tax dollars now debating this, calling a special meeting today to figure out what argument we are going to use to try and stop the government. The government. We're not the government. The provincial government are the ones. We are not the provincial government. I know that you'd like to be, Councillor Perks, and maybe one day we should try to be. But at this particular time, we are a municipality, and the municipality is completely under the scope of the provincial government. You are not going to win any battle here. You're not going to do it. if anything, you're only going to stop, perhaps, a municipal election from taking place the way it should be. I don't know what you're afraid of. I don't believe that this chamber runs effectively, and I think that most of the electorate feel the same way. And when you get the heckling that goes on, and when you get all of this interruption, I, for one, am very happy that Premier Ford has read the public and has read to a degree where finally this place will work, I think, a lot better after this municipal election. Consultation? You're the ones that refused consultation. The Etobicoke Community Council asked all of you unanimously to have further consultation on the lack of consultation when we had asked people for their advice in December of last year with respect to the boundaries. Councillor DeChano and I decided that we were going to take it further, and we found out that the consultation that your consultants provided wasn't there. That in fact, most people in the City of Toronto suggested that we cut ourselves in half during that process. We wanted more dialogue, more consultation on that, and you said no, thanks to Shelley Carroll's motion to kill our Community Council's recommendation for consultation. And now all of you are standing up debating this and saying there wasn't enough consultation after you stopped the consultation from taking place. That's hypocrisy. Amalgamation happened just as quick as this, and we didn't get anywhere. We all fought that back then. Premier Peterson cut Workers' Compensation Act. He did it with a majority. Premier Ray, social contract, did it with a majority. Premier Wynne, hydro scandals left, right, and center with her majority. Majority governments happen every day. Some of them fall because of their decisions, and some of them are quite popular. Premier Ford is very popular on this issue, and he's doing the right thing.
Your time's up. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank
Point
you.
of personal privilege.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My personal privilege is that Councillor Mammoliti last week had said some disparaging remarks in the public, repeated on several occasions, calling residents of Jane and Finch cockroaches, suggesting that they should be sprayed down, that there was language that invoked genocide. I'm not finished, Councillor. I have the floor, Councillor, please.
Okay, just a sec. Councillor Mammoliti.
Madam Speaker.
Councillor Mammoliti, Councillor Wong Tam is up on a personal privilege.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would think that for members of council, we need to be able to conduct ourselves accordingly, to be able to be respectful to the communities that we represent, to not cause unnecessary harm, especially in a summer with such extreme violence. And I think, Madam Speaker, that it would actually be quite befitting that Councillor Mammoliti apologize to that community, the community of Jane and Finch, the community of Black and racialized people across Toronto.
Thank you. Point of privilege, Councillor Mammoliti.
I'm not sure when you can stand up in a debate and do exactly what this councillor is doing, but I would encourage all of you to watch the Rebel interview to find out exactly what I said. What I was referring to were the gangbangers, the drug dealers, and those that are being harbored in our TCHC units, as I've spoken about in the past. I've suggested in that interview, after I was asked how I would deal with it, and the analogy was that I would spray the build like you would spray a building down of cockroaches, they would scatter. I did not call any one community any names at all, neither would I, especially the community that I grew up in, I went to school with, and still live in.
Thank you.
And so I would ask her instead to apologize to me for making those particular assumptions on disparaging comments that I did not say to any one community that I absolutely love. I am trying to protect that community from the people that are killing that community, and I'm going to continue saying it. And while some of you sit around and try...
Okay.
I just won't do it.
Thank you, Councillor Mamalidi. Let's try to stay on topic. Councillor Cressy to speak.
Well, thank you, Speaker. And let me begin, first of all, by thanking our City of Toronto staff for what I know has been an incredibly challenging and difficult month dealing with this sudden change in policy. Along with them, I think we should thank the candidates, the nearly 500 people, many of them are here today, who quit jobs, raised money, knocked on doors, because they believed, rightly, that there was an election underway. And finally, I think we should thank the people of the city who have spoken up very loudly, including the nearly 30,000 who signed petitions. In my 4 years here, this has been among the most important votes that we have ever undertaken. And I think it is fair to say that this is among the most important votes that this city will have taken since the megacity. Because the vote we are about to take speaks to the fundamental rights of this city. It speaks to the fundamental rights of the residents who live here, and it speaks fundamentally to the principle of local democracy. Make no mistake, we are spending time here today delving into this issue because it is a critical one. So why does it matter? Well, we are the 4th largest city in North America. We are the 6th largest government in the country of Canada. And 80% of Canadians now live in urban centres. You cannot function as a city. You cannot function as a city if you have a provincial government interfering in your fundamental operations, in particular without any notice. We simply cannot operate under those fly-by-night conditions. We can't. It is said by proponents of this cut to council that we are nothing more than a creature of the province. We are a creature of the residents we serve. We are responsible to the people who vote for us and who we serve. We are a creature of them. That's who we are accountable to. We are not accountable to Doug Ford. We are accountable to the people we serve and who live here. And so think for a moment about this decision in terms of how we stand up for the people we serve. How will we stand up if there is a fly-by-night decision dealing with the TTC or TCHC? For heaven's sakes, Doug Ford could wake up tomorrow and announce he's going to amend legislation to make his nephew Michael Ford the mayor. He could. He could under the same principle he is applying here to Bill 5. Would we stand for that? Of course we wouldn't. Of course we wouldn't. Now, I believe in the 47-ward option, not simply because the process is so fundamentally disrespectful and flawed, but because of the principle of local democracy. Local democracy is not some fancy concept. It is the principle that neighborhoods will have a say and have a say in how their communities are managed and changed, and how their parks are redesigned, and how their streets are made safer, and how the community centers and libraries are operated if you live in TCHC and you are 100% not a cockroach, and how your units are repaired. The implication of the end of local democracy is the erosion of neighborhoods. It's the erosion of the communities that we represent, that people live in. And let's be clear, people in this city care about this. You've heard about petitions, you see it in the news. Earlier last week, Councillor Mike Layton and I, we hosted a town hall. In the middle of summer, on a hot, sweaty night with 5 days' notice, we had more than 500 people cram into a community centre. And people in our community are outraged. It is a city, we are a city for and by the people. We are not a city for and by Doug Ford. And so, why did Ford do this? We know why he did it. It's vindictive, it's bad policy, it's because he is nothing more than a sore loser. He couldn't win the mayoralty here, he couldn't win the most votes in the provincial election here, so he decided to turn around and attack our city. He didn't attack any other city. Thunder Bay, Ottawa, Kingston, Waterloo, you name it, he didn't touch them. He went after his opponents, Patrick Brown, Stephen Del Duca, and the City of Toronto. Only us. Nobody else. So Bill 5 may have passed the legislature, but we will now see Bill 5 and this tin pot dictator in court. We will defend our city, we will defend the people who live here, and we will defend local democracy. It is a case we can win, so let's win it and stand together and stand up.
Thank you, Councillor Cressy. Councillor Mihevc to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think in most of life we understand that you cannot change the rules of the game at halftime. You cannot change the rules of a baseball game after the 5th inning. We have a sense that that is natural justice, that is natural fair play. I feel, echoing some of the comments of Councillor Cressy, that this particular decision made on the last day when people could sign up for the election is fundamentally unfair to people, some of whom are in the audience, who have taken not a week off, not a month off, but indeed even a year off, who'd canvassed, who'd raised money, who'd done all kinds of things, assuming that the rules would be respected and that they would have a place. And now they are being thrown under the bus. Mike, I think it's also unfair, fundamentally unfair to city staff who are being caught in between their desire and need to work with us as council and their desire and need to follow provincial legislation. This is an impossible situation that I've sometimes likened to the Hunger Games imposed upon us. What I want to do, though, is address my comments to Tory caucus, cabinet ministers, members, and supporters. I know, we all know, and we have family members, we have friends, we have colleagues who are Tory supporters, Progressive Conservative supporters, members of the party who are elected. And you know what? I think at the end of the day, we know many of them to be good people. Certainly the ones that I know that are within my family, they're good people. They want to do the right thing. My question to them is, do you want a poisoned relationship between the 6th largest government of Canada and the 2nd largest government of Canada? Is this really how you see the next 4 years rolling out? When Premier Ford and his brother Rob Ford were here, I remember the evolution of decision-making during that 4-year period. Year 1 was a honeymoon. Year 2 was a turning point. Year 3 was an absolute turning point, and by the end of that 4th year, they had difficulty mustering even 2 or 3 votes. That's what happens when you poison a relationship. You can't work together. You can't put together the plan for how this city and how this province is going to function. Is that really what they want? You know, we have big issues before us at the City of Toronto. I'm watching that clock, right, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I'll even give you a couple extra seconds.
Okay,
'cause you've
thank
been
you.
delayed.
Sorry, my apology. We have big issues in the next 4 years. We have to talk about climate change. We have to talk about housing. We have transit. We have infrastructure. We have municipal financing. We know that we can't work for the residents of the City of Toronto in a poisoned relational environment. And my plea, noting how change happened here at the city in the last term of council, it was when the supporters of the Ford brothers said enough is enough that change started to take place. When the supporters, silent or complicit in the actions that are of a bullying nature, when the supporters say enough is enough, then change can happen. And for the sake of all the issues that are before us, we need you to stand up behind closed doors, through letters, through your relationships, to make that change happen. That, I think, is what this debate is about. It's not just about this particular issue, but it's about all the issues that follow and how difficult it is going to be in the next few years. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mihevc. I'm just going to see if I can reset this timer properly before Councillor Perks speaks. Looks like it's good to go. Councillor Perks, you have the floor. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Most of us go about our lives day to day, utterly unconcerned about questions like this. We don't think about it. The government's there when you need it. Once every few years you go and vote. If a problem happens on your street, you can phone your counselor. It allows you the time and space to go to school, to build a career, to raise a family, to visit your elderly parents, to do the things and the ordinary stuff of life. At a moment like this, though, we all have to take a step back. And I'd like to invite you to take a bit of a step back and think a little bit about the relationship the City of Toronto has had with the province of Ontario. So let's look first at the period from 2003 to 2010. We had a provincial government that was keen to recognize the special role that the City of Toronto played, both in the province of Ontario but also in Canada. And we accomplished remarkable things. We got the City of Toronto Act. We started the Eglinton Light Rail Crosstown Line, the biggest single public engineering project taking place anywhere in the country. We were able to get the land transfer tax put in place, which is the only reason we can deliver the services that people who are going about their daily lives rely on. We got the upload of social service costs so that we could continue to make sure that people on ODSP, OW, or living in housing had something of a fighting chance. We did a lot, and we did it because we had a provincial government that believed that the City of Toronto government was an important partner and that Torontonians had the right to manage their affairs. Hasn't always been that way. There's the period in the late 90s that happened. During that period, we had a forced amalgamation imposed on us. There were deep cuts made to all kinds of social programs that caused real harm to Torontonians, that caused people distress in their lives, and yes, probably is responsible for some Torontonians dying prematurely. At that same time, that government decided that they didn't like how the Toronto District School Board was being managed, and they swept out the elected government and imposed Paul Christie to run the government for them. As you heard from the city solicitor in answer to a question from Councillor Thompson, the province of Ontario, if we don't get something changed in the way the framework works, could at any time pass a piece of legislation that this government no longer existed and could simply appoint somebody, not you necessarily, Councillor Ford, but somebody to just run the city. Certainly not me. He could do it to any municipality. Today, I heard that he told the people at the Association of Municipalities of Ontario he's not going to do to them what he's done to us. Well, that's just what he says today, and that doesn't bind any future premier. The way the law is established, the province of Ontario can eliminate any government, any municipal government in the province of Ontario with a single legislative act. In other words, in a sense, Councillor Mammoliti, for, I don't know, maybe the second time in 20 years, was absolutely correct, which is to say, we are not the government. We aren't. But there's a moment in front of us. I believe the province of Ontario has overstepped. I believe they've crossed a line. I believe they've asked for too much. And in this moment, it's incumbent on us and on Torontonians to say, wait a minute, we do deserve the right to elect a government to manage our affairs. And that government needs to be established in law. And it needs to be immune from the arbitrary actions of someone who, frankly, I do not understand has any meaningful goal here. Honestly, I cannot figure out how he thinks this makes life better for Torontonians. It's a talking point. It's just a talking point. We risk losing the ability of Torontonians to determine how they want to be governed for the sake of a media cycle talking point. Now here's the good news. If we stand up today and fight, if we establish through throwing every legislative or every legal resource we have at the province, if we win today at this, we could establish for the first time in Canadian law that municipal governments are a real thing and that municipal voters have real rights.
Thank you, Councillor.
You have an opportunity. Take it.
Thank you. Councillor DeGiorgio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, let me begin by thanking staff for all the work that they've done and all the thoughtful information that was in the report that they gave us. Secondly, I want to say that I will be supporting Councillor Holliday's first motion, but not his second motion. I think that all of the information provided by our legal staff should remain confidential. I want to speak a little bit about the motivation of what I believe has prompted the Premier to do what he wants to do, and I agree with.
Don't get in his head, Frank. Don't get in his head. You could never anticipate what's in his head. Don't do that.
Councillor.
Premier,
Don't do that, Frank.
well, we've got another
never
quacker
figure it
here.
out.
Can we just remove him just a
Councillor
couple of rows?
Perruzza, please don't interrupt Councillor
He's going to get
DeGiorgio.
into the Premier's head. He's going
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Could you hold my time, Madam Speaker? I will need a bit of time.
Okay, go ahead.
We have a Premier who has a business background, and he's made a strategic decision, basically saying the way the Council of the City of Toronto operates requires a change in direction. They require a change in the structure. They require a new form, because form follows function. They need to start setting priorities and making decisions that reflect the fact that they understand that priorities need to be set. In the past week, I've suffered tremendous flooding damages, and that tends to be a priority in my case. If some of you were who have suffered the same flooding damages across the city, you would also agree with me that that is a priority. But that's not what we spend our time on. We don't normally spend a lot of time on solving problems that affect a lot of the residents across the city. We have legislation before us that we're told is drafted in a manner that trumps pretty well anything. There's very little we can do to prevent the legislation from moving ahead. And then there's the notion of consultation. I want to say to you that there is pre-legislation consultation, and then there's post-legislation consultation. And what I mean by that is that we have legislation that is going to move forward, and we're asked to implement it in the best way that we possibly can implement it. And as we go through the transition of implementation, I say to you that 4 years from now, the composition of council will again change. Although this legislation says that we will have a council of 25 members for the next 4 years, I can tell you, having gone through transitional implementation measures in the past, that there will be amendments introduced after the consultation that will occur over the next 4 years. And so the transition will involve some amendments. I've indicated what I think those amendments will be. I think after 4 years, we're going to elect minimum of 5 regional councillors, but I won't go into that in any great detail. Let me just say one last thing. A big city like the City of Toronto has responsibilities that few of us can actually appreciate. Responsibilities beyond our wildest dreams. Responsibilities that extend beyond the boundaries of our city. Responsibilities that have to take into consideration some of the inability of the rest of the province to basically look after themselves. And those are the responsibilities that the Premier has to take into consideration. We need to begin the change now. It is not a change that can be done overnight. We need to begin the change. To not move and change direction is to not really understand a very resonating message that was given to us by Peter Wallace, and that is we cannot continue to operate in the way that we have been and seek to maintain or sustain that kind of decision making. We need to change, and we need to change now. Thank you.
Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion. If the clerks can put that on the screen, is to tidy up the motion from the previous meeting. Madam Speaker, one thing that Mr. Ford has been able to do with Bill 5 is to once again ignite Torontonians' interests in municipal politics, and this civic elections will be very, very important. I've heard from hundreds and hundreds of residents about their confusion of this upcoming election. And it has been very difficult to convey to them all the things that are happening, because quite honestly, it is extremely challenging to be able to unpack what a charter challenge looks like, what a class action may look like, what an injunction means, and all the other things that needs to happen. And if the communities want to have another meeting, or if the communities want further communication, then I think it's our job to provide that information to the very best that we can. Madam Speaker, obviously Toronto is a great city. We live in the greatest country in the world. I say this everywhere I go. But what makes our country and our city great is the fact that we live in a democratic society. Free and fair elections are the cornerstone of any single democracy in the world. And without that, we're in trouble. We wouldn't be Canada, we wouldn't be Toronto. Interestingly enough, I think that if what transpired here with Bill 5 was to take place anywhere else in the world, Canadians would be up in arms. We'd be pointing our finger and say, look over there. Look what's happened over there. And the language that would be used, Madam Speaker, would be election rigging, election voter tampering, election interference, and so forth. We have sent citizens of this country abroad to monitor democratic elections abroad, to make sure that democracy is delivered through fair and free elections abroad. That's the reputation that we have internationally. And yet, look what's happening here. But we have failed to call this act of aggression from Queen's Park for what it is, and that is election rigging. I think, Madam Speaker, it's imperative that we be able to hold elections that are going to be free from that interference. And those elections must ensure that we encourage more political dialogue and more democracy and not less. And the fact that Premier Ford, Mr. Ford, Doug, doesn't want to do this anywhere else, and he's going out of his way to actually explain to people at the Association of Municipalities of Ontario that, don't worry, folks, I would never do this to your city or your township. I would say to my fellow colleagues across the municipal world, do not believe him. What he has sent is a very clear message. If you wrong me, I'm going to come back and get you. Do not trust this premier. He has not earned our trust. I want to speak, Madam Speaker, about the issue around effective representation and voter parity. And just for a small moment, I'm just going to highlight Ward 27, which was then split and merged with 5 different wards after the ward boundary review. You've heard me correctly, 5. Not 4, not 3, not 2, 5. And the new Toronto Centre will have 165,000 residents, which will touch the new wards of 21, 23, 25, and 22. Bill 5 effectively disadvantages my community once again. We are already at 110,000 residents. And this is a major population that balloons out during the day because we're an employment center. And it is very challenging to get to everybody, of course. But, Madam Speaker, Bill 5 makes it nearly impossible. Madam Speaker, the issue of diversity hasn't come up. And that issue, I feel like, needs to come up, especially along with the issue of accessibility. What Bill 5 effectively does is actually takes away the voices of those who are already marginalized, who are already having difficulty getting representation into this chamber, and Bill 5 almost is going to take that right away, off the table, and it'll be very, very difficult for us to come back to it. For racialized communities, black communities, communities that are historically disadvantaged, communities that are living with disabilities, they are not represented here today. And including women, LGBT communities, we're taking away those voices.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Me?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Over the last 4 years as Chair of Community Development and Recreation, I've had a great opportunity to visit many of the recreational and other city assets that are across the city. I recall visiting the opening of the Dane Community Daycare Center in Councillor Cole's ward. I visited the Regent Park Aquatic Center with the mayor when Pam McConnell was the local councillor. Now it's Lucy Troisi. Came to the grand opening of the York Community Center, Francis Nunziata and Councillor DiGiorgio. I do remember an outdoor Leafs practice in Councillor Fragadakis' ward, and certainly in my own ward, the groundbreaking for the new Earl Bales Community Center with the mayor. And if you sort of connect the dots on how these community assets get built, there's really 3 pillars to them. One is a supportive staff, whether it be frontline staff or civil servants, a funding source, obviously. And the third thing is the enormous political will that takes place at the local level. And if you take 40% of the councillors away from a city that relies so much on its ability for social cohesion, for civility, for livability, you will take away also that political will and that political push to create and build those community assets that bring people together, whether it be recreation, whether it be parks, whether it be daycare. And of course, did I leave out Councillor Davis's, my wonderful visit for the ARC funding announcement by the province at Stan Waldron. A wonderful event there that I remember most fondly. And we are facing many challenges as a city. Affordability issue, housing crisis, transit crisis, certainly when it comes to immigration and asylum seeking, gun violence. And that livability of our city is at risk. And it is the local political will and the pushing by the local councillors and the funding and the city staff that try and bring those pieces all together. So that is probably, out of all we've spoken to about today, the greatest risk in cutting down our government by 40%, to take away that key pillar in making sure our communities are safe and livable. I think it is important to take the decision and battle out of this debate and turn it over to the judiciary and let the judges decide on whether in fact this is proper from a legal point of view, whether it meets the various standards of effective representation. And of course, in an era of judicial activism, we may get a decision that surprises us all. Finally, I would simply conclude by saying that I was looking a little more closely at the work we've done over this term, and I see that we've had 45 meetings over about 130 or so days. We have dealt with over 5,000 items. I don't mean to compare, but I look at the sitting days of the legislature from 1989 to 2016, and most of that was under a previous government. But the production of this chamber in passing legislation, policy, bills, and acting is far more efficient and far more effective. And the decorum is far more civil than what we've seen up in Queen's Park over the years. So I think this chamber actually can be proud of the good work that it's done. It has been transformative. It has made the city livable. But to keep that, I think it's important to get a decision from the judiciary out of the hands of politicians and listen to what our judges have to say. So I support a second sober review by the judiciary on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to start off by thanking all of our city staff, clerk's office, the city solicitor, and so on, have worked very hard to deal with this issue that was a bit of a surprise announcement for us. thousands of people who have engaged in this conversation and have participated and given their input, have shown up again and again to community meetings and rallies. My appreciation to them and all the organizations that have worked, all the candidates and their teams. This is not a downtown or suburban issue. It impacts every part of the city. In Scarborough, we have 10 councillors, and we'll be going down to 6 councillors. By any stretch of imagination, I don't think we should celebrate that as an overrepresentation. It's not about comparing what we are in proportion to some other area. It's important for us to compare within the City of Toronto what it means to have a voice for Scarborough. With 10 councillors, it's more easier for us to participate and give our perspective from Scarborough in multiple committees. When you go down to 6, there are going to be committees and commissions and agencies and boards where the perspective of Scarborough would be absent, but just because we wouldn't have enough people to be representing. Just north of my ward is City of Markham, and it has 329,000 people with 12 councillors and 1 mayor. Scarborough has 630,000 people and will be going down to 6 councillors. That is, in fact, double the population of Markham with half the number of councillors, which means 4 times less representation when you go north of Steele as opposed to south of Steele. Councillors' roles are not the same as MPs and MPPs, and we don't belong to a political party structure as in the way we operate. So this underrepresentation already for a community like many neighborhoods in Scarborough who are underrepresented in terms of services, underrepresented in terms of transit, is going to be exacerbated by the lack of representation. I can definitely tell you the 10 councillors we have right now will do better job than the 6 of us if we are re-elected, because that's more people looking after the affairs of our community. I also want to talk a bit about the candidates, because I got elected only a year and a half ago, and I was a candidate not too long ago. And it's very important for us to picture. I know we had city staff talk a little bit about how difficult it is for them when the boundaries got changed. It's much more difficult for the candidates whose boundaries have gotten changed, because it's made into double the area, it's double the population, with a voters list that might not come 10 days beyond the expected time. They have to raise double the amount of money. So what we have effectively done with this legislation is to make sure 25 of the people who are here most likely will be back, without allowing new voices to come in, without allowing racialized communities and people of color who've been trying to find participation in this council. Look around us. And what this is going to happen is this. In fact, I would argue the other way. When Councillor Mammalidis mentioned this is about saving our jobs, 47 is not about saving our job. 47 is getting more people in. Once you get 25 people in big areas as councillors, it'll be really hard to unseat incumbents. And it's very important for us to make sure that kind of cushion is not provided to us, and neighborhoods are able to organize and make sure that the voices are heard. Because in a situation where you have 25 councillors entrenched without term limits, it is going to be hard to have racialized voices. In fact, in Scarborough, until Megan got appointed, Councillor Megadishan got appointed, we had 1 woman out of 10 councillors in Scarborough. So I have to say this is going to be, sorry? Until she was appointed, Michelle was the only woman. Councillor Bernardi Holland is the only woman. So I think this is going to take us backward in terms of representation. It's going to make the voices of our communities disappear. And one other thing, that even though we don't deal with school board directly, look at the mess that this has created for school boards. There are 3 trustees who are going to have double the amount of ridings to represent for a part-time role with that big of a population in areas in Toronto. This is not the right thing to do. We have to stand up. We have to fight back. We have to make sure that we are not putting up with this, taking this, sleeping on the ground. We have to make sure that our opposition is heard all the way up to wherever possible, make sure that democracy in our city is protected. This means a lot to people in all parts of the city, including Scarborough, and I'm going to be supporting a legal challenge all the way. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Filion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When it comes to municipal government, I'm a real idealist. I just love a system that has people in a community come together to elect one of their own to represent them, and it's an individual who represents the people. It's not a political party, it's not an ideology, it's not some leader with a vendetta, or it's kind of the purest form of democracy, and it's completely different than a political party system, and it's why these wards that are the same size as a federal and provincial boundary just are fundamentally wrong. Maybe it works in a political party system. It seems it will not work in a municipal system. It will drive us to become more like that, those unreachable levels of government. It's a much more complex system we have. It takes a lot more time. It takes a lot more time for voters to look at a whole list of candidates and figure out which one has a way of approaching the community or the city that aligns with their own. That takes a lot more time. That takes a lot more work. It's a lot more work for those who are elected, who have to go through literally thousands of agenda items in a year and make an independent decision on each of those. Nobody tells you, or nobody should tell you how to vote. You're supposed to understand as many of those issues as you possibly can and make an independent decision. And if you believe, as I do, that switching to 25 wards is just fundamentally bad for the public, not for the politicians, forget about the politicians, it isn't about us, but fundamentally bad for the public, then we have an obligation to stand up for the best interests of the public and to oppose this. And even if you like the idea, even if you're misguided in my opinion and think 25 councillors is a good idea, I don't think there's any objective person who can think that this has been done properly, that it has been done in a democratic way. And when something is done in an undemocratic way, then I think we have an obligation to stand up against it. I think there's no question that Doug Ford has the great big fist and probably enjoys using it. He has the legal power. He has the legal authority to do this to us, but to the citizens of Toronto, but it is not right. We should not be bullied. We should not be victims. We should not be collaborators. We should be standing up and fighting back, and that's what I trust we'll be doing today.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Like many others, I don't question the authority of the Government of Ontario in passing Bill 5. They have every right to shape the political life of the City of Toronto, and previous governments have done that on a number of occasions, and frankly, I think have done it well. What I and many others object to is the circumstance of that intervention. I was surprised because I think the City of Toronto is, as others have mentioned, a mature level of government. We are a big, complex, sophisticated, booming city. We have not only become the premier city of Canada, I think we are now one of the premier cities of the world. To have this intervention happen so dramatically, so sudden, and in an unprecedented way, took me and many others aback. didn't seem to be the most respectful and productive way in which the two most important representatives of their respective political orders should behave with each other. You know, the largest, the most powerful province, the largest and the most powerful city. There should have been something else there, frankly, that was missing, and for me, that's terribly disappointing. Speaker, many things have been said about government. Some people focus on the costs of government, and I would hope, though, that they would focus on the effectiveness of government. Does this government, or successive municipal governments, have they been doing their job? And frankly, Speaker, I think they have. Every time I walk outside at night and I see all the towers around me, or I drive through the downtown and see the towers that have been built closer to the lake, I remember at the beginning of the amalgamated city that they weren't there. This city has been transformed, Speaker, and I just wish that more people would realize that successive Toronto City Councils have done a pretty damn good job. Had I been aware of the proposed intervention, I think I would have recommended that the government, provincial government of the day, keep in mind that law of unintended consequences. Sometimes you never know what the heck's going to happen in the end. And in the end, it could be a pretty messy affair for both the government of Ontario and the government of Toronto, neither one of which will come out of this confrontation untarnished. And I would also have suggested that what one government can do, other governments who follow them could undo. So there may not be something permanent about it other than the psychological damage and maybe the political outfall that will result from this. Speaker, I will not be supporting the challenge. I think the weight of history is just simply too heavy to move. I will be, or I have already submitted my name to run in the 25-ward system, and if elected, Speaker, I will do my damnedest to make it work.
Thank you. Councillor Hart.
Thank you, Speaker. My comments kind of follow on what Councillor Kelly just said. You know, he mentioned in his comments that when this came forward, something was missing. And that's why I voted for this meeting today, because I felt something was missing. You know, in my 35 years of, you know, being in this building, I always believe very strongly in public policy and how you develop public policy, and that there's a process. And that's why I wanted this meeting to come today. We have reports from the city solicitor, we got reports from the city clerk, which we of course can't share with the public, even though somebody obviously has at some point in time. But I've got a great deal of respect for our city solicitor. I've got a great deal of respect for our city clerk. They've given us advice, and based on the advice that they gave me, what I've taken out of that advice, and we can all take different things out of it, but what I'm taking out of that advice is I will not be recommending or voting for taking any kind of legal action. When I look at Councillor Matlow's motion 1A, I won't vote for number 1. Number 2, I would suggest maybe the Speaker take a second look at that. To me, that's out of order. My questions to the city clerk were pretty clear. If there's a problem conducting the municipal election around timelines, it's her responsibility to seek any kinds of changes, not the city solicitors. So if 1 and 2 are going to be voted on, I would request that they be split. Motion 2A of Councillor Holliday, I'll be supporting it. I didn't know I would be supporting it until I read the confidential reports. And motion 2B of Councillor Holliday, I would love to support that, releasing the confidential report. But again, in all my years here, confidential advice from the solicitor, in my view, has to remain confidential. As much as I agree with you and as much as I would love to support that motion, Councillor, I can't. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor DiCiano?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You heard the questions I asked our city solicitor, or sorry, our city clerk. Primarily is, are we ready for a 25 council race? And the answer was yes. And then I asked, are we ready after a possible court battle? Are we ready to go back to 47? And the answer was no. We need to think about that. We need to understand what that means. There's been a lot of arguments here today about the sky caving in and what's going to happen to people if there's only 25 councillors, and how we have to be at every single issue that occurs in our wards, and if it doesn't happen, people are going to get stuck with bed bugs, other people are going to die. It's part of that self-righteousness that exists in this room, that we are the be-all and end-all of governance in Toronto. We're not. If we can't simply hire people, capable people in our offices to help us with the smaller issues in our wards, we shouldn't even be on council if you're not capable of doing that. Madam Speaker, what this self-righteousness is going to do is, if we go down this road of asking the courts to get involved, and you've heard this from the city solicitor, it's going to cause a crisis in confidence in this city. And why, again, are we going to do that? Not out of selflessness, but out of selfishness. We need to think about that, okay? This is not an assault on democracy. We live in a healthy democracy. If the people of Toronto don't like the decisions that this province made, they have a choice in 3.5 years to reverse it and put 100 people on this council. There has not been any broken rules. In fact, the province has the right, and they have a right for a reason to do what they did. And there's a lot of people in this city. We saw this morning a petition of 26,000 people sign against this when there's 3 million people in the city. I'll tell you what the silent majority are thinking in this city. Let's get on with business. I'll certainly be supporting Councillor Holliday's motions, especially the one to make the report public. I mean, you know, again, we shouldn't make it public because it's going to interfere with our arguments. No, let the people of Toronto see how selfish we are, and to understand the realities of what we're facing and the crisis we're going to cause by trying to bring this to court. Let people see that and see what they think of us after that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Who said point of order? Oh, Councillor de Beermaker?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was going to move a motion and speak to a motion that would affect all of the staff on the second floor be transitioned gently into possible new careers and opportunities. So I just want to see if you've made a ruling on that motion, if that's in order. If it's in order, of course, I'll speak to it.
Well, you haven't spoken yet. You have to speak and present it before I can rule on it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so you're up to speak.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, then I will move my motion if the clerks can put it on the screen. And certainly,
now I can rule it out of order.
Have you already ruled it out of order?
No, go ahead, speak. I'll wait till you finish.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, I think. Madam Speaker, in this debate we're having today, a lot of talk has been about governance in the City of Toronto, the appropriate number of councillors, the way that this act has come into place, which while I support the intent of the act, I certainly don't support the way it's come into effect. But of course, and I'm one of the people who support a smaller council, And what that does to me is effectively put myself out of work. My ward, as many of you have seen in the last week when I announced I won't be running again, I announced that I'm not running again not because I don't love the job, not that I'm not passionate about helping the people in my ward. Mayor Tory was at an autistic centre just yesterday in my ward where we helped motion by motion by motion to raise $1.1 million to help open a center for a center for children with autism that's going to help 400 working class families in my ward. I represent a working class ward. The people who go to that autistic center need that help. It's a lifesaver for those families to have an autistic center, and that's one of the legacy projects that all of us on this council have supported, and certainly I was very proud to be a part of through this last term. So I will not be here in the next term. I will not have a job, but that's just the way the breaks go sometimes. But what I'm also conscious of in this debate is we forgot sometimes that we all have staff. And just as I think my job is important and I do worry about my future and where I will get a paycheck from and all of those important things, we have staff. We have hundreds of staff on the second floor collectively, but when we downsize this council, because I think it will happen, when this council shrinks, the number of staff at one level may stay similar, but in all likelihood, there's going to be dozens and dozens and dozens of staff that will be out of work come November the 30th. I've put a motion together with the help of the city clerk's office that would do 3 simple things. First of all, any of our staff, and it could be any of them, because none of us know who's going to be back here next term. Well, I guess I know I won't be. Maybe Councillor Mary Margaret McMahon knows that she won't be, and a couple of other councillors. But you to change your mind. This allows people, our staff, collectively our staff, to apply for jobs, the internal job postings, because under current rules, as of November 30th, none of our staff can apply for city jobs. They go to the outside of the system, and they're like any member of the public. They're not allowed to apply for those jobs as outlined to me by our city staff and the staff who've helped me craft this motion. Similar, number 3, it's a technical thing, but when you accept a severance, if you have so many years of service, you get a certain severance package. If you leave this building for 2 months as a staff member, and you're looking for work, and you manage to find a job back at City Hall, or even back on the second floor of City Hall, in order for you to come back, you actually have to pay back the full severance. My motion, which I worked on with the clerk's office, just allows those staff to come back and only pay a prorated portion of the severance. So if you're off for 2 months, that you make $1,000 a week, you've collected $8,000 in severance. For you to get a job anywhere in City Hall, you have to actually pay that $8,000 back. Most people will say, well, I have a mortgage, I had to buy groceries, I've got 2 kids, I had to take one to the dentist, I don't have that money anymore. And the answer is, well, good. Oh, well, either don't work at the City of Toronto or go to the bank and get a loan for that money because you have to pay us back the full amount. So, Madam Speaker, I would hope that these are not controversial amendments at all. They have been vetted by staff. There are no cost implications. What they do allow, however, is a smoother transition for those hard-working staff members that we all have who may not make the cut come this round of the election. And this, as we all know, is an extraordinary time. Every election, there's a few staff that aren't able to come back because their positions or their councillor isn't there anymore, and there's a small number of staff that have to migrate to different jobs or to different opportunities. This is an extraordinary and unusual time where we're going to have significant numbers of our own staff looking for work, and I hope that we can support these 3 simple motions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor de Bearmaker, I will be ruling your motion out of order. The reason is that it doesn't relate to the purpose of this meeting, which is to consider whether or not to challenge the legality and validity of Bill 5. I recognize that there are a number of administrative and policy issues arising from the reduction of the number of wards, but today is not the time to address these issues. So that's my ruling.
As the Deputy Speaker, challenge your ruling, noting that my motion includes Bill 5 in it. It's a consequence of Bill 5. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor de Bearmaker is challenging the chair. Shall the chair be upheld? I ruled it out of order.
Council Perruzza, please.
No.
Councilor Bailao, please.
No, this is the challenge to the chair.
The chair is not upheld. The vote is 17 to 22.
Okay. Councillor Fletcher.
Speaker, and I know we all say we're going to be brief, and I'm going to try to be very brief. This is not about my job. This is about democracy in our city and in our province. And I strongly support the recommendations to proceed and join others who are going to go to court and say that Bill 5 has been imposed on the City of Toronto in the most undemocratic way and should not be upheld. Many others are going to court. We learned today citizens are going to court. They have lawyers. It simply would not be the city that is in court alone. There are going to be a lot of people that are very shaken, very, very shaken by the steps that were taken by the provincial government. This isn't 1867 and that Constitution. This is 2018. And we do, I think as the mayor said, the push on this legislation will perhaps result in something more from the courts, because constantly the courts are looking and saying cities are the reality of where everybody's living, and they can't be held so tightly by a provincial government. I would also note that this is unprecedented legislation to reach in over top of the City of Toronto Act and change the City of Toronto Act with no consultation whatsoever, although that's the preamble of the City of Toronto Act as to how it should be changed by the provincial government. So this definitely is an abuse of power and a terrible attack on democracy. What else is unprecedented, and I have to say, and I want to say it in the nicest way to those of you who find yourself in this position, which is quite frankly quite shocking and disappointing to me, is the pile-on in support of this abuse of power. It's okay if you support 25. It's okay if that's your opinion. It's not okay to support it being done like this, my colleagues. It simply is not okay. And those who've rushed up to Queen's Park to give a press conference, those who've rushed upstairs to have a press conference and say how great this is, please, it is such an attack on democracy. As elected officials, we have, I believe, a different test to be met to uphold democracy everywhere, and that is not upholding democracy. I also want to challenge a little bit about how dysfunctional we are, because I keep hearing that and we've not done anything. And I have a whole list of things that we've done, just a quick list. We have developed Vision Zero. We have the Toronto Police Services modernization. We've done inclusionary zoning. We have townhouse and low-rise apartment guidelines that we've approved. We set up a local appeal body. We developed TO Core and passed that. We have the Unilever large 68-acre employment site. We passed the Toronto Senior Strategy. We set up an emergency shelter services, a new model in response to our homelessness issue. And we have a Toronto Child Care Growth Strategy. We have a Toronto Overdose Action Plan. We have the relief line at 30% development. We have smart track stations that we have agreed how we're paying for them. They're in design. We have regulations on short-term rentals. We have Portland's flood protection underway right now. They're down there with those large diggers. And last meeting we did steps to address gun violence. My friends, there's many, many more. That's just an initial list. What a lot of legislation we pass here in this chambers. So we are not dysfunctional. I also just want to touch very quickly on the timeframes of 2006 City of Toronto Act, and that it is a new day. It isn't the amalgamation. We had a City of Toronto Act that was developed. So this is a terrible precedent that is being set. I don't think we can allow that to proceed without challenging it. And we need to protect the interests of our city, and we need to protect the interests of democracy, and therefore I will be supporting all of those motions that were moved to do that.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. I will just reset the timer, and Councillor Nunziata, you have the floor, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Now, I've made it clear at the last council meeting that I do support the decision by the province, and I've been very consistent on that, on reducing the size of council. But I also made it very clear that I do not support the process without consultation and how there was no public meetings held at all. So I would have rather, I was hoping that the Premier would at least delay the council, the election day, to allow for consultation, but that didn't happen. So in my opinion, for it to happen on the 11th hour just before an election is really inappropriate, and I do not support that. I think it's very disrespectful on that point. But I support the intent, making that perfectly clear. In my opinion, size does not matter. And I say that because there are some wards that have a higher population or less, but it doesn't mean that the demands are much higher. You may have a smaller ward, but your demands are much higher than other wards. So I've represented the city of York. I've represented larger wards, smaller wards. But to me, I continue doing the work that I always have and representing my constituents. And I would continue doing that even if we reduce the council to 25, because I've done it before and I can do it. But I don't like the process that was followed, and so I was hoping that the Premier would reconsider and at least delay the election day to allow the consultation and the process, rather than us having to scramble the last minute and trying to get the election process in place. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Councillor Nunziata. I'll reset the timer. Councillor Davis is next to speak. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I too rise to support the motions of Councillor Matlow that we should be opposing in the courts Bill 5. And I do that because I am not willing to concede that all of the changes in the legislative environment, decisions of courts, all of the progress that we have made in establishing this government as an independent voice and an independent actor and a level of government is meaningless. I will not accept that. Now, we cannot, as a council, simply roll over and say the City of Toronto Act is meaningless. The City of Toronto Act, which recognized that this government is unique and it has the ability to govern the city's affairs. And it gave broad powers, and we negotiated a 5-year renewal of that agreement, the City of Toronto Act, and they conceded even further powers to the city. There have been decisions of the Supreme Court over this period of time that said municipal governments are the level of government closest to the people, and their powers should be interpreted broadly, and that those powers should be used to govern its own affairs. So that has changed. The other thing that has changed is that we undertook a ward boundary review, and we followed a process that is absolutely defendable. It followed the criteria from the Carter decision as to what was effective representation. It looked at voter parity, communities of interest, geographic features. It was upheld by the OMB. We won at the OMB, and it was again upheld by the divisional court. That I am not willing to concede, and I am not willing to accept, is meaningless. Things have changed since amalgamation, and Councillor Fletcher pointed to this. There are differences, and maybe it is time that we challenge to say, yes, let's be courageous. Let's say it is time to create new law. Because I'm not prepared to concede that my residents don't have the right to determine how this city is governed and the kinds of priorities that are established by their elected officials. Now, I know that we heard a lot from the city clerk, and she has independent authority to determine the delivery, the implementation of an election. But what I heard was that this 47-ward model, while it was set aside once the legislation was approved, that there is still contingency planning underway. And I can't believe that the courts wouldn't recognize that there has to be some accommodation, and that should we win, the provincial government, all of the other partners that assisted in facilitating the 25-ward model wouldn't be there to assist a 47-ward model. So I'm just not prepared to say to my constituents, we did nothing. We did nothing to defend the city. We did nothing to defend the governance model that was determined through an extensive consultation period, and that we simply conceded to a person who has decided that we are going to be the only city that is discriminated against in this province, and that we have no other option. I don't believe that. I will be supporting the motion so that we stand firm and clear in defense of the city, our residents, and our local democracy.
Thank you. Councillor Shiner to speak.
Well, Madam Speaker, I've gone through provincial governments making changes to governments before it was called amalgamation. And I understand the frustration that some people may have. But I support the reduction of the number of councillors, the number of wards. I believe that there's a lot that we can do to improve the way that our own departments do their work, and that we don't have to try to find a way to overrule them or take. Councillors, please, gentlemen.
Guys.
Councillor Aljamari, Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor Fillion, Councillor DiCiano, please.
And getting these calls that I hear people talk about, oh, we're getting calls about potholes or crosswalks or parking pads and revitalizing parks and picking up missed garbage. Well, those are things that the departments are supposed to be managing. And if we don't have the policies in place or the procedures to do it, we should be looking at those to make sure they can do it better. That's why you have 311, that's why you have those divisions. And if someone doesn't get that service, then maybe you get the phone call so you can see what's happening. But I believe, in particular, I have a very busy ward, I have a lot of development, and I know that we can manage more within our own offices and manage this. And I think it's important to look at what's happened. What we're talking about now in saying we're going to challenge this, we're going to go to court, in some ways you're saying, so you want a judge to overrule the government. You want a judge to say, well, the government wasn't right because we don't agree with what the legislature did. And we say it's one person. But it's a government. They made a decision, and if the public doesn't like it, they have the opportunity in 3.5 years to tell them that. but not today. The decision was made, it was done in a public forum, and it's there. And then I hear, well, there's 500 candidates. How many of you in this room that are running really want any of those 500 candidates to beat you? None of you want those other candidates to beat you. You all want to beat them. That's what the election's about. So what I understand here is difficult, in all due respect, is the fact that many of us are collegial and that we're going to have to run against colleagues of ours or friends of ours, and that's very difficult. That's very difficult to be able to run against people that you know and you've worked with, and one person has to come up. But if we're standing up for our constituents, then we stand up for an election that's going to be held in place and work, because the clerk has said, I can't go back to 47 and make it happen. And our legal department has told us, you don't stand much of a chance in heck of winning any of these arguments. You're pulling out from the far reaches of what you might be able to do if something happens that I know we're going to lose, and we're not telling people the truth when we say we're going to challenge them, because we're not going to win this. And I want that private report to be public, because I believe that the people in the City of Toronto deserve to see what we've been told and how little chance I believe in reading that we actually have. After all, the newspapers have already got it. If the newspapers have it, why shouldn't we vote to make it public? So, you know, we're at a crossroads. We're at a crossroads. A new government at the provincial level has turned around and said what the Premier's always said, I think less members of council could do the same and better job. That's a decision that he's made. I think all of you here work hard. I think you all do terrific jobs. I think you all work very hard for your constituents. But I firmly believe that a council of 25 could be more efficient, would have to empower our staff with policies that would get done what we want to see get done, and would be a much more efficient way to do business, so we wouldn't be involved in every little bit of minutia that goes on, because it's not really our job. And I don't believe any votes here to challenge the province and to take them on and to go to court and all these things are going to do any good. There isn't the time to change back to 47. It's impossible. If you actually listen to the clerk, she would tell you that. She can't do it. I think the province has been unprecedented in the amount of support that they've given the city clerk to come forward, and the fact that they had all that information to carry out an election based on the ward boundaries that were there. It's my understanding the Premier himself has reached out to make sure that help was there, and that's why it's happened. And I think that we should go forward now and just not go forward with a legal challenge, let the information be public, and let our constituents see what happens.
Thank you, Councillor Shiner. Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Speaker, I want to firstly thank the city staff, the clerk in particular, and her team, Ms. Watkins and Mr. O'Callaghan, the solicitor, and also our city solicitor as well, who have given us the information that we have had to be able to sort of peruse today, to view obviously some of this, no worries, some of the issues that we've dealt with here today. I've heard a lot of councillors say a lot of things, you know, undemocratic. I've heard councillors say things like, well, I'm not going to be able to, neighborhoods are not going to be able to deal with issues. Community centers are not going to, I guess, have all of the matters that they need to have with a 25-member council, whereas they would have it with a 47-member council. I actually don't believe any of those things to be true. We've heard issues around housing. We've heard other issues around, issues around jobs and so on. I don't believe that bigger government is actually better. We've actually seen the discussion around here. It's taken us quite some time today. It is now 20 minutes to 6 p.m. We started at 9:30 this morning, and we're still discussing this particular issue. Whether or not it's that people don't want to lose their jobs, quite frankly, that this has been sort of a bit of the driver, I don't know. Quite frankly, as I look at the position of a councillor, it is a position that people vie for. It's not a position that you're entitled to, quite frankly. And Speaker, over the last number of weeks, having been out talking to people in the community, I have not to date had one person say to me, Councillor Thompson, please go and fight for 47, because I want 47, not 25. In fact, they've said to me, I want 25. What they have also said, Speaker, is that they wish the process was different, and I think we've heard that consistently here today. I want to say that when Premier Ford was a member of this council, and his brother, the mayor then, time and time again, the then mayor, or the then Councillor Ford, would move motions to reduce the size of council. It's inconsistent for people to say things like, well, it's just that the Premier is bitter, it's a vendetta against the City of Toronto. I don't believe that to be true. I believe that he and the legislature feel that this is something that should be done. I think it's something that should be done, and I think there's an opportunity for us to really look at how to utilize the system, whether or not it's 311, utilize how technology can actually help us, utilize, obviously, our staff to be able to help us even to advance the opportunity in terms of helping people. Speaker, in the last 2 hours, I have actually been working with one of my residents who was threatened last night on social media because she reported a situation when someone was shot. And so I've been working with legal and others and so on to try to help to respond to this. I'm here in the chamber. I would have preferred to be out there actually being more active in terms of assisting. But that's the nature of our job as a councillor. There's so many elements, so many things that's going on. And the fact of the matter is, to suggest that you need more politicians to do the work, I find that inconsistent. I don't agree with that. I believe that actually less is better in order to provide much more efficient level of service to the people of Toronto. And I hear the argument about, quite frankly, that I disagree with. I hear the argument that says, this is so undemocratic because there's been no discussion and so on. Well, the fact of the matter is this. The Premier and the province has the authority to decide for this city council in terms of how we operate. When I look at the regulations, when I look at the, if you will, that compact, that relationship between the province and the city, it does allow for the Premier and the legislature to make directions with respect to how we operate here at the City of Toronto. And so, Speaker, for those reasons, I'm supporting the reduction of the 25 and will not be supporting and endorsing the legal challenge that we have in terms of the motions in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bailão.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Actually, Madam Speaker, like you, I think the points that I'm going to make here today, I made last time I stood to speak on this issue. And I think that what we have in front of us is actually a great missed opportunity. I think that one thing that the city can agree is actually that we need a governance review, that we actually need to find different ways to govern a city of 2.8 million people, that we are governing the same way as it was almost 100 years ago. That maybe, yes, it doesn't make sense that if we need to ban door-to-door sales or get traffic wardens in the city, we have to run and ask permission of the province. If we want to talk about efficiency and being effective in running a city, these are the things that should have been looked at as well. And this is the things that I hear from Torontonians that I've been knocking on doors that they would like to have the opportunity to discuss, is how can we improve the way that we govern the city, the way that we deal with the issues in the city. It's not only about a matter of a number, 25, 47. People even ask, it's like, why not 35 then? Why not have councillors at large? How are you going to deal with the large files? Why not have term limits? This is what actually people in Toronto feel like they've missed the opportunity to address. That's what I'm hearing. And that's on top of the question that, why now? Why now? Like many of you, I've had constituents that said, you know what, I support the 25. I have many more that said that they want to make sure that they can get a hold of their councillor. That's what they're really interested in. But the most important thing that they really wanted to address is to have the opportunity to have been heard in all these other matters, in a true review of these issues, in a true relationship. We are just starting this relationship with the province. And like Councillor Mahavik said, we have major, major issues that we're going to have to work together. This is also the tone that we set. And it's not only with us. And I think I can speak of that because both with 47 or 25, my word is getting merged. So I can probably be the only one, with Councillor Palacio that can talk like that. So this is about the people of Toronto. This is about what people are out there saying, that why only us? Why can't we have a discussion about the whole governance of the largest city, the sixth largest government of this province? Madam Speaker, just because we can do something, it doesn't mean that we should do it.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll say I'm going to be brief, but then that whole side of the room is going to sigh and just be a bit of a waste of time. Mary Margaret's not here. Thank you. I just want to make three very quick points. One, that the process that has led us to this meeting has been an unfair one. I think we all recognize that. The second is how undemocratic this is and why we're being forced in this position. And then finally and quickly, just how unrealistic it is that a council with 25 with 25 councillors rather than 44 or 47 will be able to actually address the business of the city. First, on the unfairness. We are 3 months into a 6-month election. Halfway through, the election rules were set. People made their plans based on that. And this was all after a 3-year consultation that the city went through on changing the ward boundaries. Think of it as us changing the rules in the middle of the game. So let's think of a soccer match. Everyone's out on the pitch, we hit halftime, and all of a sudden, one of the referees said, you know what, you're going to play on the same size field, but half of you you're going to play with half the number of people. Or an umpire changing the rules in the middle of a baseball game. It's just unfair. You have to let the election run its course with the current rules in order to preserve that fairness to all the candidates who may have taken leave from their work, who asked and begged for money from their family and their friends, and anyone they could to print that literature with their name on it with Ward 7 or Ward 9 or Ward 42, and to go out there and start canvassing, and to have an expectation of the targets that they're going to meet in their first week, their first month. To all of a sudden say, well, you're not going to run there, you're going to run maybe in a complete other ward against someone completely different that you might not want to run against. And by the way, that money you spent, you can't get back again. And you're going to have to raise twice as much. That's just not fair. There was zero warning about this. Just after the Star leaked a report, days later, this was legislation. That is not how you govern. And that's the second point, just how undemocratic this is. To remove all consultation from the process is not democratic. Forget that it wasn't included in anything discussed during the election. It wasn't included in any public discussion where the community could actually give their input. And just think about this, how it singled out Toronto. I know we've all heard about the numbers about if you look at Guelph would have one city councillor under this same theory, that Hamilton would have 6, that Ottawa would have something like 6 city councils. That would more than half those city councils. But no, just Toronto. It's only here that he's proposing a change. And finally, just how unrealistic this is. You know, I appreciate Councillor Shiner's position. I know he took his chairship very seriously. But I got to say, there's not a lot more hours in the day for me and my office to attend public meetings, let alone host them, just attend statutory planning meetings, participate in my resident association meetings or the BIAs that I participate in. I know some of you might not have many BIAs. There are 12 within Ward 19. If you take either University Rosedale or Spadina Fort York, that number almost doubles. Those are monthly meetings that, yes, we shouldn't have to go to all of them, but they expect us to be there. Those small businesses, those residents associations expect us to be there and be able to answer questions that they have. And yes, we try to attend every single one. Do I? No. Because there's also a lot of reading to do for our agencies, boards, commissions, and our standing committees. And I know some of you might not read every word. Not all of us could be Howard Moscow or Councillor Holliday or Councillor Davis. Not all of us. Some of us just look at the summaries and maybe delve a little bit deeper on the reports that we find particularly interesting. But that's because there's a lot of material to read, and because we're not part of a party, we're not being told how to vote. We got to determine that ourselves. So we need to send a strong message to the province that we're not going to take it, because if we think this is the only time they're going to come after something and in an unfair manner, then you're kidding yourself. We have to stand up here, or else there's no point.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. Councillor Karygiannis, you had your name up earlier. You don't want to speak? Okay, so that would be the end. Mayor Tory would be the last speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I start off by saying that something that I've said repeatedly during the course of this discussion over the last few weeks, which is that the process by which this monumental change was made was wrong, and it was unacceptable, and it is unacceptable. And so we have two options before us, and I will be supporting the one which says that we do something about that. I support taking some action because it is the right thing to do. Meddling with an election after it is already underway is not right. We all know that you don't get to change the rules in the middle of any other game that we play, and this is not a game. This is something much more fundamental than that, and the rules should not be changed in the middle of this process. And this is a process that, as has been described by a number of people, that is about the governance of the fourth largest city in North America. And even if it wasn't the fourth largest city in North America, it's our city. It's our city of Toronto, and we represent the people who live here, regardless of how big or how small the city is. This process is wrong. I said that the day that this legislation was put forward. I've said it to the media repeatedly. And I'm in the unique position of being perhaps the only one, as far as I know, who has said it directly to the Premier. In all the circumstances, we will fight this the right way now, which is in court. That's the best and most responsible way to fight this, given where we are. Our city is a creature of the province. I understand that. You learn that in first-year law school, and if you didn't know it from first-year law school because you didn't go there, you learn it otherwise. But I believe this challenge stakes out that we cannot just accept changes to our relationship without any consultation or discussion now, in this instance, or in the future going forward. And I think we have to think about that as we make this decision today. In law, precedent is very important. In fact, precedent is all important. Precedent is all important. So I believe challenging this in the courts in and of itself sets an important precedent in terms of how we act. But as you may have heard me asking the city solicitor earlier today, whatever the result, I believe that courts will help us to draw some lines now and for the future on the process that unfolds or doesn't unfold when democratic rights are being affected. Because that's what's going on here. I mean, what we're called in the solicitor's report, constitutional democratic rights are being affected. And people will have different opinions in this room on how they're being affected, for good or for bad, or not at all. But the bottom line is they're being affected. I want to thank our staff for their incredible effort in dealing with this and preparing for today. And by dealing with this and preparing for today, what I mean is, obviously, they have a big job to do at any point in time. And it's been a particularly complicated job to do now where they've been faced with the uncertainty that we have. And in preparing for today, there was a lot of work done to help us to be able to have a discussion such as the one we had. And the second thing I want to say is that I think we had a very thoughtful discussion today. You know, we didn't make a case today for why the council is dysfunctional. Yes, it was a long discussion, so people were talking about that earlier on. It's a long discussion because it's on an important topic and because people had something to say about it. So I want to thank my colleagues on the council for what has largely been a thoughtful debate on all sides. I believe, and I've tried to guide myself in this job, and my job is a difficult job because I'm expected to speak in some way or other for all the people of the City of Toronto as best one can, when we know in this room, we know in neighborhoods across the city there are differing points of view on the substance of this and the end result and on the process. But I also believe, and I've tried to conduct myself in this way in this job, that you can never go wrong doing the right thing. And to me, the right thing now is to go to have a reasoned second look, which is why we have courts. We have courts to have a reasoned second look by people who are objective. They're judges, and they apply the law, and they apply precedent, and sometimes they set precedent, which was another thing I asked the city solicitor about today, which is that, you know, when you go forward with cases like this, under the charter and otherwise, you never quite know exactly what a unique set of facts put in front of a judge and with the law being applied is going to produce. And I think we owe it to the people of Toronto and owe it to the City of Toronto to go forward for that reasoned second look, and that is why I will be supporting the motions that provide for that action on our part. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, I'd like to extend to finish this item, please, Speaker, because we're supposed to stop
At 6, yeah. Okay. So Councillor Fletcher is moving that we finish the item before, because normally we would stop at 6 o'clock?
We know, we understand.
Okay. On favor? Carried. Thank you. So we're voting on them to make it easy in numerical order. Councillor Holliday?
Yes, on a point of order, I would like to know if Proposal C under Motion 4 can be voted on its own.
Yes.
Motion number 4. If I can request that that be voted separately.
So you want C to be voted on separately?
Yes, thank you.
And A and B together?
That would be fine.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, did you
Yeah,
have?
on 1A, can we separate out 1D, please?
Okay. So you want on 1A, D to be voted on separately, correct?
D is,
D, yes.
D is in Denzel.
Okay. All right, so 1A. Yes, I know, but Councillor Hart is up on a point of order now. Councillor Hart.
Sorry, Speaker. As I said when I spoke, on 1A, I would like number 1 and number 2 voted on separately.
All right. Why don't we just vote on everything separately on this motion? No, because we're chopping this up. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, on motion 1A. Yes. Councillor Mihevik, thank you very much for your assistance. Yeah, he was my deputy mayor at one time. A, B, and C.
Councillor Corsanti, please. Thank you.
Councillor Layton, please.
Parts 1A
B and C of motion 1A carry. The vote is 27 to 15.
Okay, now, D? D, recorded vote. You can see them after. D.
Mayor Tory, Councillor Mamalidi, please. Councillor Robinson, please.
Part 1D of motion 1A carries. The vote is 25 to 17.
Okay, motion number 2. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor DeGiorgio. Councillor Thompson, please.
Part 2 of motion 1A carries. The vote is 27 to 15.
Okay, motion 2A is redundant. Motion 2B by Councillor Holliday, recorded vote. Come on, no talking during the vote.
Motion 2B does not carry. The vote is 14 to 28.
Motion 3. Recorded vote.
Councillor Palacio, Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Fletcher, please.
Motion 3 does not carry. The vote is 19 to 23.
Motion 4. Somebody asked that C be, was it Councillor Holliday, yeah. You wanted C voted on separately, correct? Correct?
Yes, that is correct, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you. So we'll do A and B first.
Councillor Davis, thank you.
Parts A and B of motion 4 carry. The vote is 39 to 3.
Okay, C. C, recorded vote.
Councillor DeBaremaker, please. Councillor Crisanti. And Councillor Crawford, please.
Councillor Wong Tam and Councillor Davis, please. Councillor Davis, please.
Part C of motion 4 carries. The vote is 34 to 8.
Okay. Oh, item is amended. All in favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Mihevc, please.
The item as amended carries. The vote is 33 to 9.
Councillor Saul, you have a motion regarding absentees.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the City Council excuse the absence of Councillor Mark Grimes and Councillor Mary Margaret McMahon from the August 20th, 2018 special City Council meeting. Thank you, Speaker.
All those in favor, recorded vote.
I knew I forgot to step.
Councillor Mamalidi, please.
Councillor Doucette and Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Doucette, please.
Councillor Robinson, please.
We still have a couple more votes. Councillor Holland, Mamalidi. Okay, please. Okay, but Councillor Mamalidi, I know that you never vote on it, but others.
The motion to excuse absentees carries unanimously, 40 in favor.
Councillor Thompson, you have a motion to introduce certain bills.
I do, Speaker, that leave be granted to introduce bills 1348 to 1351 inclusive.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Crawford, please.
The motion to introduce the bills carries 35 to 4.
Shall these bills be passed and declared as a bylaw? Recorded vote.
Councillor Palacio, please.
Okay,
Councillor Holland.
We have one more vote to be taken.
Councillor
Please,
Cole.
members, remain in your seats.
Councillor Wong Tam and Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Cole, please. motion to enact the general bills carries. The vote is 34 to 5.
Councillor Magadishian, you
Yes.
have a motion to introduce the confirming bill.
I do, yes. That leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council Meeting 45 on August 20th, 2018.
Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? Recorded vote.
Councillor Crawford, please.
Councillor Wong Tam, please. Councillor Karygiannis, please.
The motion to introduce the confirming bill carries. The vote is 34 to 5.
Okay, we have one more vote. Councillor Perks, one more vote. Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw? Recorded vote.
Councillor Fillion, please.
The motion to enact the confirming bylaw carries. The vote is 33 to 5.
Now, members, before we adjourn, you received a notice earlier this afternoon that we have a special council meeting tomorrow at 2 o'clock. So I expect everyone here to be here tomorrow at 2 o'clock.
Yes, Mom.
Meeting's adjourned.